Ah, Oja Sweeney's in here. Yes. Oh, guys, I'm so pumped. Let me just change this gallery view so I have an idea of who all's here. Pouring in. Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Oh, Tamara, welcome back. You came to me back from the League of Movable Type. Man, you were just like
Yes.
really in the type design content. Here we go. Cool, cool. So we have people from Melbourne. Where else are we from? Oja, welcome back. I hear we have a lot of people who are really punctual, which I very much appreciate, and we also have some workshop attendees who like to be a little bit late. So we'll give them a moment or two to be late uh, and find out where you're all from for a minute or two. Currently, I'm sitting in Chicago for my office that's in a college in Chicago, but originally I'm from Idaho, so there's a 2,700-mile difference there, which is wild. San Francisco, Mexico City, Cairo. Oh my word. Welcome. What time of day is it in Cairo? Jeez. San Jose. Cool. Welcome. Give everyone another minute or so. 12 a.m. in Cairo. Okay, wow. You got like 4 more hours of work or type talks still. All right, we'll give everyone just a little bit more and then we'll get going here. Um, so let's just make sure we're all in the right place. We're here because you signed up for the variable workshop, theory, basics, and playing with potential in glyphs, right? I'm going to read a little bit more about that in a little bit, but for now, we're going to start with that. Just that title so you know where we're at. If you got in somehow and you didn't mean to be here, great job sneaking in. All right, let's get started, shall we? Let's do this desktop. Well, just a second. Go here. Jeff, I remember you from last year at TypeWknd too. Man, welcome. All right, here we go. Does everybody see that stream there? The screen looks like it. Let me
Yep.
guess yes, because I can't see what's going on. Thank you. I heard a yes. Perfect. Okay, well, my name is Kaleb Dean. I'm currently teaching at a college in Chicago called Trinity Christian College, and I make type under a pseudonym Akimbo.black. It's that crazy thing there. And I own a design and branding studio called Pin and Lens, but not many of those things are as important as what it is we're going to talk about in our workshop today, which is going to be variable fonts, some of the potential that I think that they have. We're going to talk through some of the theory in case we're not familiar with it. And also we're going to play with the potential in glyphs. I think there are some things that we can do just as simple exercises that should expand the way that we think about how glyphs actually functions instead of the way that it's sort of peddled at us in the way that it should function visually. So, like I said, we're in this variable workshop, theory, basics, and playing with potential. This is the one that actually got me started in my own type design practice, is playing with the potential in glyphs. And that took a little bit of understanding that I needed to know about how to work in glyphs, how variable fonts work, both practically and to actually export. Sometimes it can be a headache. But we'll talk about some of the things that are written in that TypeWknd brief. So I'm sure you read at least a little bit about this TypeWknd workshop. I've gone ahead and paraphrased it here, my own writing. I'm like paraphrasing my own writing. I'll read the rest of that here. So variable fonts are, of course, on the rise among designers because they're so cool. But the medium is still foreign to many. The development process is slow, and the format is still really tame. And that still tame their part is what I think we're going to work through today in principles of how we can go and exploit what's happening in it, even if it's not for a consumer need or a sort of practical need, more of a conceptual, let's push this medium to be something that's really interesting, more in an art making practice and a research practice. So first, some variable font format principles. Now, these can be new. I'm going to start at the beginning and we'll work our way through. Originally, the variable font format was built to save file space, which sort of makes me sick to my stomach. But at the same time, I'm like really thankful for developers and engineers for coming up with this tool, because it helps us think about, and it's going to enable us to do so many more things with type design that we haven't been able to do in the past, that are really, really functional and optically beautiful, but also really interesting conceptually and speculatively. So our normal font files sort of work like this. There's a light instance, there's a regular file, there's a medium file, there's a bold file, and there's a black file. And each of these files, I mean, this is just my example. This isn't true of like all typefaces. But in this instance of a single axis weight, when a browser loads, for example, it needs to load 5 different files. And when it's loading those 5 different files, it is really slow, or it can be really slow. It slows the website down, it slows the app down, whatever else it may be. Living in the United States for a long time, I didn't really feel this with high bandwidth until I moved in with my parents-in-law, who have a like 6 or 7 megabit per second load speed, which means that everything is back to the pace of like your highest end dial-up. And they can feel this load speed. So when we're loading normal font files, even on the TypeWknd website, I think there are at least 3 different weights of their typeface that they're using. And so it has to load that many files every time it wants to display a page. And engineers thought this is too many, and so they designed variable font files, which is a singular file that has coordinates of its points that you can input and change that determine the weight or the visual output of those letter forms. So each weight or axis is defined by a value of points. When we're drawing in glyphs, we're setting points and moving handles, and setting another point, moving a handle, and those gives us curves and ultimately shapes. But those things are working in a way that are basically coordinates on a grid. And the value at each point in a weight just tells us where that point should be on that grid. So at a value of, say, 100 on a weight axis, the point should be here, which gives us or renders a light looking A. At 400, the points move a little bit and it gives us a regular looking A. And that continues so on and so forth until you get up to the end of that range of values. In this case, 1000 being a bold looking A. So the points move from 100 to 1000 as an input on that axis. And the output is oftentimes like a predefined optical expectation, whether it's weight or width or slant. Those are some of the most common ones we're seeing in type design so far. Like I said, this happens on a grid. We're going to talk a little bit about analytical geometry. If that sort of scares you, don't worry. We're going to talk about it really briefly and really, really simply. So if this were on a graph of variables, in this case, it's an axis with one variable called weight. Then our 5 weights show up as individual points along that range. Again, if we had values over here of 100 or 1000, whatever it may be, those would be very static instances. And we call these font files now static. I have to sort out my microphone really quick. Oh, perfect, came back. So this font file is a static file, so it's showing up in one individual spot. Versus when we're using variable fonts, it shows it's plotting a path for those points. So it's actually plotting a line. And on that variable line, the values that are input when you're choosing a weight, for example, of 100, 400, 600, and so on, we're choosing a point on that line where that point should reside. So you could choose anything between 400 and 600. There are 199 other fonts in there, which is sort of crazy to think about. But that's the main difference between a static font file and a variable font file, is that a static font file is a point on a line, and a variable font file is the line, like a spectrum of points along that line. And we're going to talk about this later when we get into our building portion of this workshop. Now, this still might be kind of abstract. I'm talking a lot about math, talking a lot about points. So let's talk about it in Glyphs making, a place we should be visually familiar with it. Here I've smashed those two A's, or those A's on top of one another, and made them to look at least in the ballpark of what they would be drawn as. On the left here, we have regular fonts drawn at all weights. So you can see I had before 5 different A's. And as a designer, we have to draw 5 different A's at those weights. And you get 5 very static points along those things. So the sort of mess of letter forms that happens. In a variable font, you can draw the poles, and we're seeing a lot of designers who are drawing the poles. So the light weight in here and the bold weight somewhere else out here. And the other weights in the middle are values, which we're connecting, or we're telling the computer to pick between those points where those points are moving. So here on the end, or on the edge of this A, at a value of 100, the point might start here, and it's going to move to the left and end there. My video's frozen. Is it still frozen? Hopefully not.
Yes.
It is?
Yep.
Oh, good. Let's try this again. Oh, this was happening the other day. Video still frozen?
Yep, still frozen.
Still frozen. Okay. Maybe I need to leave and come back. Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah, it's fine if you need to pop it back in.
Okay. Let's see
Your
if that'll...
PDF was working.
My PDF was working?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just
not my
your
video.
screen was.
It's just
Oh.
yeah.
Your video was.
Oh, you don't need to see my face. The PDF is great.
Yeah, the screen share was working fine.
Okay, the screen share is working fine. We'll keep going. Okay. So I think I had just told you all about how a variable font file will move one point from a position to another point on another position based off of that input value. Another thing that's quite exciting for designers is that in our regular font formats, we have to draw all 5 of those instances to get those outputs. But in the variable font format, in this example where I'm using a range from 100 to 1000, there are 899 other instances in between those. Every value point in the middle gives you a font file. So companies are really excited about this because they can choose a very particular weight, a weight that they really want to make their own. And it oftentimes will remain custom for quite a long time. It's also really nice. I've used many variable fonts in logo designs now, and picking a weight that's somewhere in between because it needs to be a little bit heavier and not too much lighter or whatever. There's also just a fun thing in the practicality of a variable font. But let's talk about the potential that happens there. If you haven't realized it already, I'm going to get you there. I like to think of things through questions-based learning or questions-driven sort of research. And my main question when we're thinking about a variable font file is, if we can move these points anywhere, then why does it need to look a certain way? Or why does it need to look like a letter at all? Or have a certain visual function or move sort of predictably. And I think this is where there's so much space in this medium for us as type designers to think about different ways that we can explore and exploit this variable font format. So if we look at what's actually happening, I've continued to hold this A here because that's what we're used to seeing. But what the computer is actually being told is just a system of points and handles. It's not being told where that path is working. It's a function of how that handle is working. So instead of starting it here and ending there, we could move our points anywhere, really. There's no rhyme or reason for why it needs to move that way, other than our already preconceived notions of what letter forms look like. And I think when we remove those preconceived notions of what letter forms should look like or what they currently look like, then we can do some really interesting things as type designers, or really interesting things just with the font format as a new medium for making work. So we're going to try this together. I'm going to do a demo, and feel free to do this along with me if you are
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna try to hop back on, I think. Or maybe he didn't. There he is.
I am going to hop back on. I don't know what's happening. Sundays here are just not good for the internet, apparently. Okay, are we back to seeing this desktop, hopefully?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for putting up with my technical difficulties. So we're going to explore through some animation basics. Now if you look up like animation basics or animation principles, you actually get Disney stuff. There are some that we're going to use and not others because we can't do quite all of them. But first, we're going to make a couple letters. We're going to practice moving the letter forms, or an active translation, moving it from one spot to the next. We're going to practice and explore growing and shrinking objects. And these two are really the simplest. They're going to be really quick. We can grind through these and see how this font format works.
There you are.
I don't know what's happening to my my computer. It's just having a hard time handling all these things. Are we back?
Yep.
Just double check my sound. We're here. Thank you for waiting, everybody. My goodness. Okay. Okay. Hopefully we'll stay this time. Okay. One more time. Maybe, hopefully the last time. This is it. This is the one. Whatever was happening before, it's solved. Gotta be, right? Okay. So here we go. We're gonna translate things and we're gonna grow and shrink them. And hopefully it won't be too bad. Okay. We're gonna move things and we're gonna shrink things. And we're gonna start with these two because these are the same things that most of our type designs are doing in variable type. When we're moving things, you can think about those typefaces that are changing their optical sizes, like the crossbar on a capital A, for example. And when we're growing and shrinking things, we're doing things like moving to a lightweight or a bold weight. That sort of expansion and shrinking of the stroke weight is in that grow and shrinking sort of principles. After we do those two, we're going to try to rotate some things. And it's in the rotating one that we'll start to see some of the pitfalls of using this as an animation tool and why we're going to keep using it as a tool that thinking about the translation of forms. And then we're going to try to change some forms, at which point you guys are going to cut loose and make some really awesome things and share them with me in your Instagram stories of all sorts. To do this, we're going to character map a little bit as follows. So in our translation ones, we're going to move things in our A and B character. Then we're going to grow and shrink things in our C and D characters. We're going to rotate some things in our E and F characters. And we're going to change forms in our G, H, and I characters. Basically, we're going to hijack the pre-existing letter forms so we can still type them or use them. If you're using a keyboard that doesn't have these sort of Latin characters, more power to you. Use some keys that you can easily type in our font gauntlet. So I think if our TypeWknd admins could post that link again, we'll be using that here shortly. But first, we'll get into Glyphs 3. So we're going to go through this really slowly for those of you who have or have not used it before. Our Glyphs app is going to look like this. Everybody see that, hopefully? Cool.
Yes.
We're going to create a new document, and I'm going to let Glyphs create one that's Latin-based because, unfortunately, I am a single language speaker, and I am going to let it prepare Glyphs for me. I'm just going to let it prepare the basic Glyphs because I don't need more than that for this experimental practice. And we're going to go ahead and create that document, and Glyphs will pull up and look something like this. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to Command A to select all those characters. I'm going to right click and I'm going to turn that export off. What that will help me do is export just the characters that I'm working on, and Glyphs won't give me an error message along the way. It'll help me just export what I want to play with and not worry about anything else. The next thing that we want to do in our Glyphs panel is open up that info panel. That's that I up there. And we're going to name this properly. So this is what? TypeWknd 2021 Awesome Workshop. Right? So you're going to name it something that's appropriate that you'll remember. Maybe glitching workshop. And then I'm going to hit this plus button over here just to give me an axis. It doesn't really what axis you choose. I'm just going to let it stay at that default weight axis. If you ever are designing a typeface with a custom axis, though, whenever you get to input the abbreviated name there, here weight is WGHT. If you ever get to put that in, it has to be 4 characters. It's like the most obscure thing ever. I built one with 3 characters one time or 5 characters. It can like take an input of more than that, but it needs to be 4. like I said, we're going to leave it at weight because we're not actually changing weight. We're going to do all this other crazy stuff. And then we're going to go to our masters. So to keep this in the language that we've been using this whole workshop, we're going to call this first weight point A or starting point, whatever you want. So I'm going to call it point A. I'm going to give it a light icon so it's easier for us to see what's happening. And I'm going to give it a weight of 100 just so it has a value, something that we're used to seeing. Once we've done that, I'm going to select it and add plus. I'm going to duplicate that selected one. I'm going to go down to it and it's exactly the same. And I'm going to change it now to point B. So we've got a starting point and an ending point. Remember when we talked about that spectrum, there's a point A, point B, and things that happen in the middle. I'm going to change my icon to something heavy so I know that point A is the heavyweight. And I'm just going to add a 0 to my 100 there. So the weight of point B is 100. So back and forth one more time. My point A has got a weight of 100. My point B has got a weight of 1000. Other than that, we're set. We're ready to go. Now, if you remember that PDF, hopefully you took a screenshot of it. We're going to translate things, which we're going to move things in characters A and B. I'm going to start with character A. And I'm going to try to get to my panel up here that's hidden a little bit behind my Zoom screen share. There we go. And I'm going to draw a circle. So I'm on my point A layer. I can see it that's over here, and I can also see it up there in that top left. And I'm just going to draw a nice circle way up tall. Doesn't really matter how big it is or where it sits, just what's going on. And when I draw that circle, you'll see this red band comes up. That just means that the masters are incompatible, so they don't like to talk to one another. When we're designing a variable font, they have to match both points and handles and anchor types and order and everything else. So it's easiest for me to just Command C, copy this. I'm going to select my next weight and I'm going to Command V, paste it. And you'll notice that red bar goes away. Now I've got a couple view settings set on so you can see those blue lines that just telling me that matches. But I want this to move. So at point A, it's at the top of my character field. And in point B, I'm going to move it down. So I'll move it all the way to the descender, because why not? And then because I like this circle, I'm going to copy it. And I'm going to go back to my font. And I'm going to do something similar in point B. Or in letter B. Wow, now we're getting confusing. In the letter form that should be a B, I'm going to paste that circle again, and I'm going to put it about in the middle and on the left. I'll copy it. And now on my next layer, I'm going to put it somewhere on the right, copy it, and I'm going to move it to the other side. If you're confused about where these things are going, you can also turn on the little eyeballs on your layers. Give it a quick refresh, and you can see in the other layer, so I'm currently on point A, my starting point. I've got this circle on the left. On point B, the circle is on the right, and you can see it's outlining that, so you can see where it's going to move to, or what my other weight would do. Now, in my font file, I'm going to right-click that capital A, and I'm going to choose to export it. And I'm going to do the same with my capital B. I'm going to choose to export it. So when I'm choosing to export these characters, or this alphabet, I'm only going to export those two characters, nothing else. So I know that those ones work. I know that the other ones don't work, and we just want those ones to go. So with the Command E, I can quick export. And Glyphs now has this lovely thing. You can choose an open type format, or like we're doing here, a variable font format. I'm going to save it as a TTF file, which sounds great. I'm going to hit next, and it probably exported as the same font that I already have. Hopefully, we'll see what happens. I've got it pulled up right over here. Perfect. So now in that file that I folded or saved it in, you can see my crazy named font, TypeWknd 2021 Awesome Workshop VF.ttf file. That's what we want. Now's the time to pull open that link that's in the chat. So that link to the Font Gauntlet by ABC Dynamo, they're a great foundry that does wonders, basically they build their own tools for their own sort of work. They built the font gauntlet as a way to proof their variable fonts to make sure that they're doing the right things. And they're nice enough to make it accessible to everybody. So we're going to use it. We're going to pull that window open. And just like the example says, I'm going to drag in this crazy named font file right here. Now it pre-populates all these other characters. I didn't export any of these, so it's just pulling in a browser default. I can select all and delete those. And then over here on the panel, there's a number of options. You can choose how big the characters are. I'm fine with it being quite small. You can choose the letter spacing or kerning in there, and you can choose the line height if you want. I'm going to focus on this one in the middle here. It's like this circle with 4 little, I don't know, it's almost like a camera frame symbol, just to center it. And then you can see that I've got the variable axes in here. It says weight, which is the one that we selected. And when I hit play, you'll notice that my characters will play. So if I were to type a capital A on my keyboard, basically I just get a bunch more of those circles. I'm not going to get an A because I didn't draw an A. I'm going to get those circles that I drew in place of the letter form A. So that's a whole bunch of A's, and a whole bunch of B's are going to move left to right, which is wild. I mean, here it is. This is how easy variable fonts are. So looking at these axes, over here on the left, when our weight is 100, the A characters dots are all at the top. The B circles are all on the left. As I move that axis to the right, to that 1000 mark, all the A dots move down and all the dots move to the right, which is this nice little fun little dance. Maybe somewhere, I think it would be like 500, right? 400? All the dots are in a line and now we don't know what's what. But that's it. So that's moving characters. Let's keep going, shall we? We're going to do grow and shrink in our letter C and D. So we're going to open up a C, and I'm just going to use the pen tool this time. I'm going to have our P or our C grow. So at point A, I'm going to just draw them somewhere in the middle here. Maybe like a little equilateral triangle, like an arrow that's going to grow. Move it so it looks pretty good. Great. So my C is going to start small on point A, and at point B, he's going to grow really big. Yeah? Okay. And then what we're going to do in our capital D is we're going to make it shrink, so it'll go the opposite direction. So at point A, I already pre-copied that large triangle from the capital D. I'm just going to paste it in here, and I'm going to flip it because I want it to shrink, so we'll have a down arrow. And on point B, we'll flip it, and I'm going to shrink it down to be about the size of that capital C. So back in my font file, I can choose and select both of these. I'm going to choose to export them. And with a quick export, Command E, try that again. I'm just going to believe and trust that it updated. And we'll drag and drop it in again. Now, it may not change, and if it doesn't change, that's fine. It's because we've only typed those characters. So I'm going to get rid of all my excess characters. You can also see in the top bar up here, it tells you what characters are typed, capital A and a capital B. If I type a capital C and then a capital D, we get characters like this. So when I play that axis, you'll see now we have a dot that's moving up and down for our A, a dot that's moving left to right for our B, a triangle that's growing when the axis moves one direction and shrinking back down when it moves the other direction with our capital C, and a capital D character, quote unquote, that moves in the opposite direction as the C, which is great. These are like the easiest. I don't know. I really love how simple this font format is once we get working with it. Okay. So those are the easy ones, our translation characters and our grow and shrink characters. Now for our rotates. In our rotates, like I said, this is where we're going to see something start to break a little bit. So I'm going to be in the capital E, And I'm going to draw a square this time because I want to have points so I know which way it's moving. And I'm going to copy this here on point A. And with my E, I'm just going to rotate it about 45 degrees. So in my transformations panel over here, I can choose an input 45 degrees, and we'll rotate it to the left. So at point A, it'll be a square, and at point B, it'll look like a diamond. Pretty simple, right? In my character F, I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm going to paste in my square. That's at point A. And at point B, instead this time, I'm going to have it rotate 90 degrees. So I'm going to tap my 45-degree rotation twice, and this will spin 40 or 90 degrees. So it looks like the same shape when we're just doing it here, but we'll notice what happens to it during the animation process. And this is where it gets really interesting as a font format. So with both of these selected, I'm now going to choose to export my E and my F. Command E, again, we're just going to overwrite that file. Go to my font gauntlet here and drop in this font one more time. We'll see it resets, got that nice loading UI. We type E, F. So I've got my ones that move, my ones that grow and shrink, and now my rotators. When I play this, they spin. Simple as that. But there's something weird that's happening, right? So let's make this bigger. Oh, look at this lovely little dashboard of symbols. Okay, so on the left I have my E, and it's hard to notice it in the capital E, which is why we did it in the capital F. The capital F looks like it shrinks in the middle, right? Like it's doing this sort of weird thing where it looks like it's shrinking. Yup, Ophaswongse is super approval. Okay, let's talk about why that happens. So in our capital F, glyphs, or the way the computer works, is not with a visual output. Like I said, the visual output comes from us as designers. The computer is actually rendering mathematics all along the way. So if we pay attention to where these points are, right now this is our first point, which means that it starts right there. And it's going to start and draw that point first, draws here, 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 and there, ends there. That same point, or in our other one, is this top left corner. Instead, it's moving along that way. What's happening is that the computer is moving this point to here, and then that one to there, this other one along the way somewhere up here, and along that way, and somewhere in the middle here. So this is when our value is about 500, 450, who knows? This is the shape that we're seeing in the middle. So normally, you know, if I undo all this, my value 0 or my value 100, the points are there. My value 1000, the points are there. Halfway in between, when we talked about that spectrum, the points have moved about halfway to their destination. And when they get halfway to their destination, they look like this weird square here, which is just about what our F looks like. Here's that weird square, 550 looks like. So it's not paying attention optically, it's paying attention mathematically, which can be a strength and a weakness. In our case here, it's a weakness for that rotation, but we're also hijacking the system, so who really cares? Okay, time for some more complicated ones. We're gonna do this one, and then I'm gonna move pretty quickly so you have time to work on your own. What we're gonna do this time is change a square to, go away, zoom. We're gonna change a square to a circle. Ophaswongse, I see you said in chat, why isn't it happening at the 45-degree rotation as well? It is, the transition is just smaller. So that shrinking is a lot smaller than what happens in that other one. It's a great question. But we're gonna talk about changing a square to a circle. So if I just use common sense and use these tools, I'm gonna use a square there and a circle here, my little red bar at the top didn't ever go away. And that's because our circle has points and handles, and our square does not, which is a little broken. We could really quickly just hold our Option key and click in between all of these to give it the handles, and now it has the handles that match. And we'll see what happens when we do this. Let's just really quickly do that. This is our capital G. Let's bring this down. We'll bring in our file. We'll type a capital G. Oh, I did it too quick. Did I export it? Oh, I know. I didn't select to export it. Here's the peril. We have to choose to export that. So we'll export this really quickly, and we'll see where our pitfalls are going to be and the thing that we've just used, which is just the defaults. So with that G selected or typed now, we're going to spin it, and holy cow, it does some crazy stuff. Like turns into like a shuriken halfway through. It spins and rotates and does all sorts of crazy things. Back in our panel, we'll see what's going on. Here we can see that this is the first point, and that's the first point. So this point in the transition is moving down there, and its handles are moving to try and match these handles out here, which is just a crazy sort of ask of this character. So instead of doing that, instead of drawing the character twice, I'm going to always advise that you copy and paste from one to the next and then adjust. We're going to do just that. I'm going to do this with, I know what a square is in mind. So I'm going to take my circles, I'm going to turn them 45 degrees. That puts my points in a nice little square. And then if I double click all of these points, it'll turn them from curves to corners. And I can just really quickly hold Shift and move these handles so it'll make a square for me. So I'm taking my original circle, which has the most points and handles, and I'm drawing a new square out of it. I think for me, I want it to be a little bit bigger. So it'll look something like that. So now thinking preemptively, I've got my point over here and my first point over there. So we can see that this point is going to move from there to there, which I think is the smoothest transition we can ask for. So we'll not save it, but we'll quick export it. Say next. And now let's drop in this newly adjusted capital G. It'll load, and hopefully it loaded. And there it is. We have a capital G. If we can zoom in a little bit. So here is our capital G, which changes from our square to our circle in the most like adorable little plump square transition ever. But here's where type design can break optically, is that when we change from that curve to that point, it happens really quickly. It's almost a point through the whole thing. It's not like the nice iOS app sort of icon. It doesn't hold on to that curve very much. It turns right away into that point because it's splitting the difference, and the difference moves right away from that curve immediately into a point to make that square. I'm going to do one more really quickly, just as a radical one, and then I want you to do something with your capital I. So I'm going to play with this capital H. I want you to make something with the capital I or capital J so you can play with it and see what's happening, like I said. So I'm going to make a crescent moon that turns into a full moon. How does that sound? Does that sound too audacious? No way. So we'll say my crescent moon is going to start over here. We'll give it good point structure at least to start with. So we'll have a nice handle there. Oh, we're going to have to adjust this in a second. And something that starts like that. Then we'll start with our traditionally understood pathing models. Start something like this. I'm going to turn that into a corner, and just bear with me as we fix this a little bit. It's like sort of like a pie. It's really hard. Here we go. Uh-oh. Make that one a corner. There we go. Better. Move this up. Okay. It's not a terrible crescent. It's not an amazing crescent, but it'll get us started. Yeah? Okay. So we've got a crescent at point A. Like I said, I'm going to copy and paste it so I know I have my point structure, my path structure, everything that I need. I'm going to turn it into from a crescent moon into a full moon. We'll say ends over here, and with that point sort of over there, I know that my points need to do something more like this. I can double click those now to turn them into curves and hopefully make this at least passable as a circle. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Okay, so point A, I've got a crescent moon. At point B, I've got a full moon. Okay, let's see what happens here. Gonna export this? No, I'm not gonna export this. I'm gonna make sure my capital H is exporting. Now I'm gonna export it. We're gonna drop it back in to our Dynamos panel. So I'll drop this in once more. Type capital H. There's my wobbly crescent moon. I'm gonna play it. Oh yeah, look at that moon. Comes to life. So this is what I think can be really fun about our variable font format is that we can make it do anything. I've chosen some things with some really basic shapes. Here, this crescent moon, it doesn't have the best transition in the world. And we'll work to fix that here in a second. But what I want to set you off with 10 minutes of homework or so, is to make a character, or that we can make any sort of visual out of these variable fonts, any sort of one-dimensional visual fonts. I'm like imagining somebody designing the Mona Lisa that like winks at you as a variable font, or like the screen that sort of wobbles in this way of variable font. I think we could do really, really amazing stuff with this format. I'm going to go in, I'm going to fix that transition on that capital H really quickly. So with my capital H, we're going to select this. And we're going to pay attention to how we do this. So I'll do it in my capital I instead. So we have both. Paste that one there. And we'll get my point B. And we'll paste it in here, point B. Perfect. Now, the reason that this transition isn't very nice is the same reason that it hasn't been nice in our other instances. I'm just going to put this path right over the other one so we can see what's happening. Right now, most of the points are staying the same, right? This point moves a little bit, so maybe I will move it there so it stays a little bit closer to being the same. But this point here is our problem boy. In this instance, our point A, he's straight up and down, like a good curved path should be drawn. And over here, he has to be something that's diagonal because that's just where it's like located on this path. I don't really recommend drawing curves with points on a diagonal like that. It's like really painful. Let Glyphs do it. Here you go. That's the example. Like that. Keep them nice and straight. But what's happening is that this point is trying to move there and twist at the same time, which is why it sort of fills unevenly. To match that and make the transition that much smoother, I'm going to imagine that this is sort of a direct path. I'm going to ease this path a little bit for the computer. I'm going to choose it, say something like that. And now, whoops. So now all the transition will have to be is from this point, moving straight over to that one, the anchors and handles coming along with it as we go. So let's delete my demonstration path, and see what that crescent moon looks like and what my finished one looks like. Let's make sure to export it. Command E. And we'll drag in our new font again. One more time for people in the back. We have our transition. So this is a capital H, technically, and this is a capital I. And when we play those, we can see how much nicer the transition is in that capital I versus the capital H. This one's sort of finicky and does some weird bending. So almost gets to be like a little swerve in the middle there. But our capital I is almost like an eye that's opening. It's like opening and blinking a little bit, which is kind of weird. But that's it, you guys. So let's look. So hopefully we've got everyone to a place that's close to this. So our variable font formats are really things that we can do amazing things with. We can move points from one spot to the next, and in ways that don't necessarily need to be as predictable as the sort of visual output that's expected of the format. We can move things, we can shrink and grow things. We could work to rotate things or change shapes in things. And this is all with 2 points. If we wanted to do something anywhere in between this, so we've only drawn this, like the point at 0 and the point at 1000, we could have an intermittent point at 500, a weight that's set to 500, and we could make this character grow and shrink again, all in one sort of animation, so it would grow and shrink. Or we could do the phases of the moon in one animation. There, I don't know how many days, 30, 60, 90, who knows? Somebody smarter than I. You could have a value at each of those weights and animate the moon across all of its phases using multiple points along the way. And I think this is like the exciting part and what I'm most interested in as a variable font format. So if you design your own, and I please encourage you to design your own, please share it with me and everybody here at TypeWknd, because we've been really, really thankful and blessed to have you all participating. We really wouldn't be much without you all participating and engaging. So thank you very much for joining us. We have like 5 minutes left on the stream. I can close this. But if you want to support me, the type design stuff happens at akimbo.black, and everything else that I design is at Penland's Design. Those accounts I try to keep active, but who really knows? So I'm going to stop this sharing, get me back into focus here, and say thank you for participating with and putting up with the technical difficulties. That like crazy computer crash there in the middle, and share what you make, because I really want to see some of these exports. It would be really fun to see what you are able to do with it and what you learn from this. Daniel, Aaron, that's all I've got. If anybody has any questions, feel free. I think you could raise your hand or ask to join maybe. But this has been great.
Yeah, this was super awesome. And thanks so much for sharing that. Yeah, so if anybody does have any questions, everyone should be able to unmute themselves. So we can just maybe hang out for a little
Martha's
bit.
up and running. Great. I expect a Instagram story tag at least.
One thing, do you want to bring Glyphs back up real quick? Because I have a common question that I get since we're talking about
some music.
Music, yes.
That'd be really cool.
But there was something that you had enabled in your Glyphs that I wanted to point out to everybody real quick. Particularly as you get started with variable fonts and you start getting.
There you go, Martha. Akimbo.black on Instagram.
Awesome.
I would love to see what you make. The Phase of the Moon, I think would be like such a fun poster. And a poster. It's like asking for it. Some other thing that's like really simple animations can be really fun.
Mm-hmm.
It can be a really fun art practice to do a really, really complicated piece. I don't have the time for it. Great.
Any other questions at all?
Could I share any transformations to actual letters? Ooh, Otis Sweeney, you got me on the clock. We got 3 minutes. I'm on it. Okay. So let's imagine our capital A. These are ones we see quite a bit. If I have I'll just draw the shakiest capital A you've ever seen. Perfect. Ish. So in a normal letter form, something like capital A, and we'd have a nice little bit of ink trap there that would work for us.
Oi, meu nome é Eduardo Cazon e eu vou falar sobre as relações entre tipografia e política na perspectiva de um jovem brasileiro, né? Que no caso sou eu. A ideia de começo, como um ponto de partida de onde antes não havia nada, apaga conhecimentos anteriores ao momento do encontro. Gostaria então de iniciar minha fala reconhecendo que este momento é um encontro. Você que me assiste agora já passou por diversas experiências, assim como eu. Vou compartilhar aqui o que eu consegui organizar da minha experiência no que diz respeito à tipografia e política. Essa fala não é tudo que existe sobre o tema, é um relato das relações que eu vejo no meu contexto. A escrita deu à humanidade um jeito de transcender o tempo e o espaço, armazenando conhecimentos e informações que estão disponíveis muito além de onde e quando foram produzidas. A linguagem escrita é uma ferramenta de comunicação que beneficia a reflexão sobre os acontecimentos do passado, presente e futuro. Um livro é capaz de armazenar conteúdos complexos e transmitir ideias que podem influenciar as pessoas. Quando observamos o livro e seus impactos sociais, podemos encontrar uma possibilidade de atuação do designer nas relações sociais, ao atuar no processo de comunicação de ideias e de formação de comportamentos. Pode ser considerado revolucionário, sagrado, bem como pode ser alvo de censuras e fogueiras, graças ao seu caráter instigador. A circulação de textos libertários contribui para as mudanças sociais, econômicas e religiosas há alguns séculos, como uma ferramenta poderosa na construção de imaginários. A percepção do sujeito sobre o livro não acontece apenas na camada funcional da comunicação, a parte escrita da obra. Acontecem ao mesmo tempo percepções estéticas sobre a configuração do artefato. Nós, designers, podemos alterar a expressividade visual dos textos, interferindo no impacto das mensagens. A tipografia é um elemento fundamental para a composição e expressão visual de livros, visto que é responsável por carregar aspectos estilísticos. Se temos inúmeras tipografias, é porque necessitamos de diferentes formas de expressão gráfica das palavras. A expressividade das fontes comunica algo que não pode ser expresso em texto. Ela materializa aspectos invisíveis sobre a produção da obra. Grandes esforços são realizados na construção de uma sociedade livre de dominação. Um desses esforços é a circulação de ideias contrárias às opressões. Observando as minhas vivências, o que eu estudei e o que eu gostaria de fazer, cheguei à conclusão de que participar da publicação de livros libertários é uma forma de contribuir para uma sociedade contra opressões. Para isso, eu trabalhei na qualificação da transmissão de ideias libertárias, criando uma fonte de texto que reverbera tais valores. A composição de livros contra opressões com fontes já existentes gera conflito entre a camada visual dessas obras e seu conteúdo verbal. As tipografias são espelhos de seu momento histórico e carregam valores simbólicos, então é incoerente a utilização de uma fonte com valores como pureza e exclusividade para obras com valores de diversidade e igualdade. As fontes já existentes não foram projetadas pensando na construção de uma sociedade mais justa. Pelo contrário, algumas delas foram criadas para segregar públicos. Para fazer o projeto de uma tipografia insurgente, eu utilizei 2 princípios éticos, a crítica da dominação e a defesa da autogestão. Eles foram retirados do pensamento anarquista de Felipe Correia e aplicados em todo o projeto, desde a escolha de qual ferramenta utilizar, como distribuir a fonte e como eu vou analisar as minhas referências. A dominação é uma forma autoritária de relação entre forças sociais, em que alguns determinam aquilo que diz respeito a outros ou a todos. Isso gera papéis de dominador e dominado, desigualdade social e violência em diversas esferas da nossa vida. A autogestão é uma forma de poder que evita a tirania de alguns sobre o coletivo, em que o poder de decisão está diretamente ligado às pessoas afetadas. A partir de um modelo horizontal e de baixo para cima, onde as pessoas participam diretamente naquilo que lhe diz respeito, é concebido outro modo de fazer política e organizar a vida social, diferente do modelo atual, opressivo autoritário. Todo produto de design carrega consigo seu contexto histórico e outras características que a análise meramente visual não é capaz de descrever. Se a intenção é enxergar aquilo que permeia a tipografia e a sua inserção no universo social, é preciso olhar para além das questões visuais. Seguindo a classificação tipográfica de Ellen Lupton, observei aspectos morfológicos, contexto histórico-social, aspectos funcionais subjetivos e aspectos funcionais objetivos de cada estilo. Analisando a produção de fontes, símbolos dos principais estilos tipográficos, fundamentais para a história da tipografia, pude identificar a reprodução de dominações de gênero, raça e colonialismo. Em relação ao colonialismo, o Brasil e outros países vivem uma dependência tecnológica na produção tipográfica. Apesar de utilizarmos fontes digitais, boa parte delas foram produzidas em fundições tipográficas europeias, sendo que podemos ter uma produção local. Em relação às questões de gênero e raça, Quase todas as fontes foram produzidas por homens brancos europeus. A presença menor de mulheres, LGBTQIA+, e pessoas negras é resultado da segregação e determinação dos papéis sociais que uma sociedade machista e racista coloca. Manter barreiras que dificultam a ocupação de determinadas profissões por essas pessoas, como serem type designers, é preservar dentro da produção de fontes essas opressões. Ao procurar tipografia para questões sociais e políticas, encontrei exemplares de vários estilos. Todas elas prezam em alguma medida por valores da cultura autogestionária. A análise desses projetos mostrou que está acontecendo um movimento na produção de fontes para questões sociais em direção ao aumento de tipografias de texto. Esse movimento acontece em 4 ondas. A primeira onda surge com a adaptação de tipografias comerciais para o uso em questões sociais. A segunda onda deu início à criação de dingbats com valores da cultura autogestionária. A terceira onda é voltada à produção de fontes display, contribuindo para a produção de peças de protesto. A quarta e última onda é voltada para a produção de peças com textos longos, através da criação de fontes de texto. A maior parte dessas fontes foram projetadas por latino-americanos, mulheres, LGBTQIA+, e negros, todas distribuídas gratuitamente e produzida relacionando tipografia a um contexto social. É importante reconhecermos que as ferramentas fazem parte de um contexto político. A perspectiva software livre busca desenvolver a autonomia e a liberdade das pessoas na área da tecnologia. Softwares proprietários geram dependência tecnológica, impedindo nosso conhecimento sobre o funcionamento da tecnologia que utilizamos e reforçam opressões estruturais através da produção de barreiras de acesso, que são ainda mais rígidas para pessoas já oprimidas. Com uma perspectiva software livre, podemos fomentar o acesso e desenvolvimento de programas livres para a edição de fontes, como o FontForge, bem como mudar o modelo de circulação de tipografias, incentivando o uso, estudo e compartilhamento de projetos, possibilitando que mais pessoas estudem e criem tipografia, o que resultará em uma produção mais ampla. Como afirma David Crosland, tornar fontes software livre contribui para manter a cultura livre dentro de uma sociedade também livre. A licença Open Fonts License, por exemplo, permite ao usuário final utilizar a fonte, abrir em um programa de edição para estudar, podendo modificá-la e distribuir cópias exatas ou modificadas. Essa licença está de acordo com a crítica à dominação na esfera econômica e cultural, pois promove o uso ético da tecnologia. A dominação econômica na área da tecnologia acontece através do copyright, pois ele exige uma contrapartida financeira para se obter o acesso a um arquivo digital. A prática de cobrança pelo acesso ao arquivo cria limitações aos projetos e seus públicos. Crosland argumenta que o uso principal de uma tipografia é possibilitar a leitura de textos, e que a comercialização de fontes gera uma barreira para elas exercerem sua função e propósito principais. Um segundo papel da tipografia é inferir valores emocionais visualmente, o que aproxima a tipografia de trabalhos artísticos. As barreiras financeiras e legais diminuem a capacidade das fontes se expressarem, pois elas deixam de ser usadas por quem não pode pagar pelo seu uso. Essas restrições de acesso impedem que as tipografias sejam mais vistas e desincentiva a formação de novos tipógrafos, pois muitas vezes é proibido o estudo, modificação e redistribuição da fonte modificada. Isso evidencia como esse modelo de negócio mantém uma desigualdade na capacidade de expressão dos projetos. Projetos de maior orçamento podem acessar um maior número de fontes, tendo diversas possibilidades expressivas, enquanto projetos de menor orçamento terão menos fontes à sua disposição, e suas possibilidades expressivas serão reduzidas. A distribuição da tipografia livre incentiva a formação de novos tipógrafos, pois leva em conta a documentação do desenvolvimento do projeto, a possibilidade de baixá-la e usá-la, além da modificação não destrutiva das pessoas. Publiquei minha fonte no GitHub, um site que possibilita o compartilhamento e edição de arquivos de forma colaborativa, tornando possível qualquer pessoa na internet fazer uma cópia, estudá-la e modificá-la. O que pode parecer um problema para tipografias proprietárias, na perspectiva das fontes livres, é a possibilidade de mais pessoas colaborarem com o projeto e fazer ele crescer. É possível que alguém faça, por exemplo, a expansão dos acentos para outras línguas. Com o meu projeto de conclusão de curso, fiz uma pesquisa que estabeleceu valores éticos para a prática projetual. Articulei conceitos da teoria política com a teoria e prática do desenho tipográfico, de forma explícita, e vi como o design é permeado pela política e pode ser uma ferramenta de ação contra as opressões. Isso me mostrou como a produção tipográfica não é alheia a seu contexto histórico-social, sendo profundamente influenciada pelos valores que circulam em sua época e pelas relações de poder ao redor. Esse projeto foi importante para eu ver o quão complexo é produzir uma fonte. Me surpreendi com a quantidade de decisões tomadas durante o processo e suas implicações, desde a coerência formal entre partes dos glifos até o aspecto subjetivo produzido pela forma das letras. Durante esse projeto, eu me dediquei a estudar a opressão na sociedade, entender como ela funciona, quais suas consequências e possíveis formas de sua superação. Isso fez com que eu identificasse a atuação das opressões na minha vida, ora eu sendo vítima e ora eu sendo agressor. Sem dúvida, é algo complexo, mas não é por isso que devemos abandonar a discussão. Pelo contrário, a discussão sobre opressões é complexa justamente porque está relacionada com muitas esferas da nossa vida. A opressão é a forma como aprendemos a pensar, a interpretar o mundo e a nos relacionarmos. Ela estruturou a sociedade e como vivemos nela. É preciso reconhecermos que a nossa vida faz parte de um processo de relações muito antigo e cheio de conexões. Ao mesmo tempo, é preciso reconhecermos como a opressão é um mecanismo que limita as nossas possibilidades de experienciar a vida. Se na história da tipografia a maior parte dos tipógrafos são homens héteros, brancos e europeus, isso não é por acaso. Se continuarmos tendo só esse tipo de pessoa nos espaços de tipografia e design, é porque estruturas opressoras continuam atuando. Existem estruturas coloniais que trabalham para a construção da desigualdade entre os países do mundo, assim como outras estruturas preservam opressões como racismo e machismo. Devemos reconhecer que o funcionamento normal da sociedade não pode continuar acontecendo. Aquilo que conhecemos como normal é a manutenção de uma lógica construída e construtora de opressões, violência, destruição e sofrimento. Nós podemos ser opressores em alguns aspectos e sermos oprimidos em outros. Então é necessário pautarmos a superação da opressão como um modelo de organização da sociedade. Precisamos nos perguntar: por que não é comum vermos pessoas negras em cargos elevados? Por que não vemos mais referências de designers mulheres? Por que nós, colonizados, buscamos atingir a estética de quem nos colonizou? As respostas estão em intersecções com outras áreas do conhecimento, e pensar além da lógica do design nos permite entender melhor a construção da sociedade que vivemos e para a qual trabalhamos. Para combatermos as opressões na tipografia, é interessante reconhecermos que elas atuam em diversas esferas. Existe sim uma falta de incentivo para que certos grupos sociais ou mesmo países se desenvolvam. A dificuldade de acesso à educação e ferramentas, como computadores e softwares, é mais do que uma mera condição individual. Ela é política de organização da sociedade. Implementar políticas de reparação histórica é o primeiro passo se queremos deixar para trás a sociedade opressora. Devemos ouvir as pessoas que passaram por situações de violência e pedir desculpas e construir estratégias de reparação, reconhecendo nossa atuação e benefício em estruturas que são origens de sofrimento. Devemos criar estruturas para estudarmos o funcionamento e as consequências da dominação, dando incentivo e visibilidade para projetos que relacionem tipografia e política. Devemos criar ferramentas para descontinuar as diversas formas de dominação que conhecemos, desfazendo ferramentas de exclusão, traduzindo textos, compartilhando conhecimentos e ferramentas, fomentando bolsas de pesquisa e programas de contratação pautados pela construção de uma sociedade mais justa. Devemos modificar as nossas práticas, de forma a sermos cada vez mais críticos com a dominação, frequentando espaços formativos sobre racismo, machismo e outras opressões, e mudando a forma como olhamos a história, reconhecendo que a história do mundo é mais do que os acontecimentos na Europa. Devemos criar estruturas para incentivar o desenvolvimento da autonomia das pessoas que são oprimidas, financiar projetos, dar acesso à educação e renda e fomentar a criação de grupos que pautam a discussão de causas sociais. Para finalizar, agradeço a minha orientadora, Mari Moiher, por me incentivar nos estudos de tipografia, a minha companheira, Samantha Alflin, por me ajudar revisando este texto, e a organização do TypeWknd, por possibilitar que eu falasse sobre a minha experiência enquanto jovem designer brasileiro, em específico, por possibilitar eu falar na minha língua natal. Gostaria que olhassem para esse momento como o final das minhas palavras e o começo de algo que surge a partir do caminhar, algo que necessariamente possui uma forma desconhecida. Desejo a todos vocês alegria e rebeldia.
My name is Mew. Thanks TypeWknd for having me. A bit about me. I currently work as a software engineer. I mainly work with web technologies. I graduated from Type at Cooper West Certificate Program in Typeface Design in 2018 and have been making typefaces since. I'll be talking about TypeTuner, a web extension I made recently that allows you to apply a local font onto any web page, as well as to configure values for variable font axes. First of all, why am I doing all this? It all started when I was thinking about Wikipedia and how it might benefit from variable fonts. I wanted to experiment and try out the different fonts that I have on my computer, as well as my own in-progress fonts. But I really didn't want to modify the source code for Wikipedia just to be able to do this. What I really wanted was to just test out some font files on a random website without modifying that website's source code. It turns out that this is not so simple. Here's what I would have to do. If the font is already on the page or is installed on my computer, I can try using the web inspector to directly modify the CSS rules for the page's font. If the font isn't already on the page, a few more steps are involved. First, I would have to make sure that the actual font is available on the page. I could do this by hosting the font on an external server and have the web page make a network request for that, or I can try to bundle that with the website assets. Then I'd also set up the font face declaration in CSS and also the font family. For variable fonts, I would also add font variation settings as well. After all this, I should be able to use the web inspector to play around with the values. This whole process repeats every time a new font is used. As with many software tools, this project was born out of a desire to avoid doing something tedious over and over again. So what's my solution to this? My solution is to create a web extension that does some of this work for me. I drew inspiration from web-based font testing tools out there that just let the user drop a font file into the browser and do most, if not all, of the processing right there in the browser. Most notably, there's Font Gauntlet, which allows the user to visualize variable fonts. What Can My Font Do, which, as the name suggests, tells you what your font can do. And there's Mass Driver Workshop, which consists of two tools. One gives you an overview of your font's metadata, and another creates justified waterfall text set in your font. I wish that I could use a similar tool to test out local fonts on a random web page and not on the tools page itself. Web Extension is perfect for this since it's a program that can run on any website and can interact with the page content. Before I go on, I would like to note that this is by no means a novel idea. There are other extensions that do similar things and may have more features. I chose to focus on a limited set of essential features and to support variable fonts. With TypeTuner, my aim is to reduce this whole process down to just one. The focus is to be able to use local font files and to apply variable font settings as soon as possible. Most of the coding for this project was done in about a week during a hackathon-like event, so parts of it may be a bit rough around the edges. Here's what I have so far. So here I am on Wikipedia. I'm going to drop Amsavar Roman onto the page. Here I can change the preview text. And I'll only apply the font changes to the paragraph. I can use the slider to change variable font axis values. I can also use the numeric input. Here I can change some of the basic page settings. And I can view the corresponding CSS values from what's shown on the page. And I can refresh to start over. With this, the tool might be useful to web designers in figuring out the right variable font configurations for their projects. As I mentioned before, I built this extension in response to my desire to experiment with variable fonts. However, I've also found it useful earlier in my type design workflow for non-variable fonts. I created a simple web tool that can generate script-agnostic spacing strings. Here's the tool. Here I'm going to test out a few Thai characters, and I'll generate a custom template string instead of using the default NNOO. I'll exclude a few characters that I'm not interested in proving right now. And I'll copy this spacing strings into InDesign. Typically, I would look at it in a PDF. Instead, with this extension, I can just look at these spacing strings right here in the browser. I've also found this extension useful when developing fonts where the writing system is a bit more complicated, such as Thai. Here I am on TypeWknd, and I'm going to drop my in-progress Thai font here. And here I notice that this mark is off to the left. I'll open up the file in Glyphs and move the anchor to the right a bit. I'll now apply the updated file onto a separate tab. And here I can tell that the mark has been fixed, and I can compare it with the previous version. So short of writing a script that shows me all the possible combinations of mark placements, this is a relatively quick but not exhaustive way to check mark positioning. So how does all this work? Here are the pieces that are involved in this extension. All the code is written in JavaScript. As shown in the demos, when the extension is activated, a window appears. This is known as the pop-up window. This is basically a Vue.js application running inside the window. This can be in any JavaScript framework or none at all. I just happen to pick Vue.js since I'm familiar with it, and it can make it much easier to manage application states. Another crucial part of the extension is the content script. Once the extension is activated, a piece of code is injected into the web page the user is browsing. This is known as the content script. As we'll see a bit later, the content script allows us to do things like adding a new font or setting the font family on the page. The content script and the pop-up window communicate by passing messages. Messages are basically a piece of command that both can understand. The content script listens for messages. The pop-up window sends messages. For example, to change the web page's font, the pop-up window would send a change font message with a font that should be changed to. Upon receiving that message, the content script would actually change the font on the page. This communication channel remains open throughout the entire lifecycle of the extension. The limitation here is that only text content can be passed, so a file can't necessarily be passed in a message. To summarize what we have so far, I'll return to our example. So here, once the extension is activated, a pop-up window is open, and a piece of code is also running on top of Wikipedia's code. The pop-up window and the content script remain in communication the entire time the extension is in use. Now we'll see what happens when a font file is dropped into the pop-up window. First, the pop-up window reads the font data using OpenType.js library. Once this is done, the pop-up checks whether the font has any variation axes. If it does, it renders them along with their default values. The window then gets the font family name from the OpenType data. and then it shows a preview of the font inside the pop-up window. As I mentioned earlier, only text content can be passed in the messages between the pop-up window and the content script. So the pop-up window can't really pass the font file as is to the content script inside of these messages. Instead, the pop-up uses the file reader API in JavaScript to read the file as a data URL, which is basically a text representation of the file. It then passes that to the content script. The content script then adds the font to the web page. This is done by creating a font face object, loading that, and then adding that to the document. Now the font that was dropped into the pop-up is now available for use on the page. With this implementation, the web page can load the font without the font having to be sent to an external server, so everything stays within your computer. Whenever a value is updated in the pop-up, for example, the value of the optical size axis changes, the pop-up gets the updated value and then sends a message to the content script. The content script then applies the changes to the web page. So this is how TypeTuner works in a nutshell. The extension is currently available on the Chrome Web Store. The biggest limitation of this implementation is that most of the font processing logic is housed in the pop-up window, so the pop-up window needs to stay open the entire time the extension is in use. There's an issue in Firefox where the pop-up window would just close when the file is selected, so the extension unfortunately doesn't work on Firefox. In the future, I might look into adding some kind of persistence to work around with this issue, as well as to be able to restore the user's font configurations after the pop-up is reopened. I'm also looking into making this available on Safari as well. I already have some working code for this. The next step is to clean it up for submission to the App Store. I'm open to feedback and suggestions. Feel free to open an issue on the project's GitHub page. The URL is shown here, or feel free to reach out to me directly as well. The links mentioned during this talk, including a link to the extension on the Chrome Web Store, can be found at this URL. My email is also listed here. Thank you very much for listening.
Namaste, everyone. Thank you for joining me today for my presentation about the Indian vernacular typography. My name is Shantanu Suman, and I'm a graphic designer and an art director from India, currently living in Muncie, Indiana, and working at Ball State University as an assistant professor of visual communication. I hope that my presentation today will provide some insight about the use of vernacular typography in India and how I have been trying to use this knowledge to inform my own research and design practice. Now, before I get into the presentation, I want to clarify that the Indian typography in itself is a very broad topic to cover in a single presentation. So today I want to focus on the Hindi language and Devanagari script, since Hindi is my mother tongue and I use Devanagari for my design work. I was born and raised in an Indian middle-class family in a small industrial city in central India. And during the 80s and 90s, I received my education at a private English medium school. Now in India, there is a federal government directive that schools across the country should embrace a 3-language formula. This means that the students must study a mix of their regional language plus Hindi and English. Since my local language was also Hindi, my education was primarily in Hindi and English. And just so you know, the Indian subcontinent is home to about 1,600 languages, out of which 23 are officially recognized languages that are written using 10 different scripts. That means many languages often share the same script. So what does the term vernacular mean? And what is Indian vernacular typography? According to Merriam-Webster dictionary, the term vernacular means a language or a dialect native to a region or country rather than a literary, cultured, or foreign language. You'll notice that the words literary and cultured are being used to differentiate the foreign language from a native language. And if you dig deeper, you will find that the word vernacular itself is rooted in the Latin word verna, which means a slave born in the master's house. During the past 200 years, European colonial powers took over several countries, most of which were non-Western countries. And these colonial powers rationalized their takeover by projecting the non-Western countries as inferior and incapable of looking after themselves, despite the fact that these countries had done perfectly well for centuries. To this day, some of the non-Western countries like India are called developing countries because they are believed to require development in order to be at par with the Western and developed countries. India was under the British rule for about 200 years. And during this colonial rule, British formulated an overall education policy for India in 1835 using Lord Macaulay's Minutes on Education. Macaulay claimed that a single shelf of a good European library was more valuable than the collected native literature of India and Arabia. And the first step for implementing this colonial education policy was to replace the traditional Indian languages by introducing English. During this time, the policy of divide and rule was used in education, and this created divisions between the English medium and the vernacular medium of education. To run their empire smoothly, the colonizers needed Indians, and so they offered English education to a small number of Indians who could help them in this endeavor. And to this day, this colonial policy is so deep-rooted in the Indian ideology that English medium education is considered to have more cultural capital and symbolic power than an education in an Indian vernacular language. And most school kids in India have to select between what is called a vernacular medium and English medium tracks of schooling. India has witnessed a cultural shift by implementing and supporting an education policy that was discriminatory towards the local vernacular languages. And if you're thinking, what does this have to do with typography? Let me explain this further. According to Robert Bringhurst, the author of The Elements of Typographic Style, typography is the craft of endowing human language with a durable visual form. Similarly, language can be described as a medium for expressing thought and creating knowledge. And then knowledge in terms is generated through research and leads to social change and cultural development. So if you follow the trail, typography helps in developing the language helps build knowledge, and knowledge helps in shaping the culture. And this is why in a diverse country like India, vernacular typography plays an important role in representing the local culture. After finishing my undergrads from New Delhi, I worked for about 7 years in the Indian advertising industry as an art director. In 2010, I decided to take a break from advertising and pursue higher education in the US. I consider myself a type enthusiast, not an expert. And my own interest in working with Devanagari script started about 8 to 9 years ago when I was a graduate student at the University of Florida. I think what happens when you come from a previously colonized culture is that you tend to have two sides of your identity. There was one part of me that was trained to think that the Western world is the North Star, and then we try to mimic the Western culture in our lifestyle, including education, thinking, food, clothing, work, and behavior. And this can be a result of the institutionalized education and work culture. But then there's this other part of our training, which is based on our native culture, politics, economy, infrastructure, and the overall reality of the post-independence India. During my advertising days, one of the default approaches that I witnessed was to use a Western design reference as an inspiration and put it into the Indian context. This experience and training could also be seen in some of my early projects, as you can see on the Futura poster on the left. This was done in grad school, and it led to work that seemed stuck in Western design models, but created by a non-Western designer. And I had to work very hard to unlearn that default approach. So for designers like me who come from non-Western cultures, to really embark on a journey of exploring our culture through our practice, it becomes a difficult yet important first step. In 2010, when I started my graduate studies, the inspiration for my work had to come from a personal space and experiences. Ever since my advertising days, I have been fascinated by the automobile decoration in India, more specifically the truck art of India. Apart from playing an important role in shaping the Indian trade industry, the Indian trucks are also known for their sheer lavishness and intricacies of their ornamentation. So in graduate school, I decided to use this as a topic for my thesis project. During the summer of 2012, I traveled to India and I was assisted by two close friends, Ishling Mirche and Sridevi Babuji, who helped me successfully complete the documentation for the Indian truck art. The data collected during the India trip acted as a valuable resource to develop a documentary film in the name of Horn Please. You can see the poster of Horn Please on the left-hand side. The documentary was made with the help of a lot of people who donated their time and energy because of their shared love for the art form, and also to help preserve part of our Indian culture through this documentary. When we were traveling across India to find the origin of Indian truck art or the people who had started it, we kept hitting dead ends. The truck painters whose forefathers had started this practice didn't know when and how it all started. And in 2012, there was hardly any documentation about the history of the truck art of India. To our surprise, we realized that at that time, truck art had existed in India for about over 70 years. And the Horn Please documentary was probably going to be the first ever documentation of this art form. During the making of Horn Please, there was one critical point that I often discussed with my team. Is this art or is this craft? Now, the question required me to explore the history of colonial education in India. Under the British rule, 4 art schools were set in India that contributed to cultural imperialism by teaching young Indians that their traditional art was not as finely developed as European art. The fascinating thing about researching any of these Indian vernacular art forms is that once you start digging deeper, one thing leads to another, and you will realize that most of these art forms find their origin in the pre-independence era, when India was under the colonial rule. Artifacts such as the hand-painted trucks of India, shop signages, hand-painted Bollywood billboards, and matchbox art can find its origin in the calendar art. And given that the calendar art emerged in the second half of the 19th century, at the peak of colonial rule, it can be described as having been born in the master's house, thus earning the name vernacular art. Aesthetically, these vernacular art forms have been criticized for their imitativeness and repetition and loudness. And on nationalistic grounds, it has been called a Western influence and un-Indian as opposed to the rich classical and folk traditions. And on ideological grounds, it has been condemned for being part of a commercial culture industry that feeds on the ignorance of the masses. But then I think that this mindset has deprived generations of designers in India and around the world from learning from India's incredible repository of vernacular design knowledge. In addition to the documentary, I also worked on some creative projects for my MFA thesis exhibition. Here are some examples. In order to create these pieces, I had to start working with a variety of medium, including screen printing, letterpress, laser cutting, 3D printing, film editing. And I also made some games, such as this board game that you see the bottom left, Truckopoly. The rules were based on the truck industry of India, and use rubber at night playing cards. And these were both inspired by the truck industry of India. But the most important thing that happened during this time is the fact that the research and making of Hornplease and various other projects associated with this thesis exhibition provided me an excuse as well as an opportunity to start working with Hindi typography. So after working on Hornplease, Sridevi and I paired up again to work with Taxi Fabric and developed one of our first major projects using Devanagari script. In 2013, as per the Global Status Report on Road Safety, approximately 231,000 people died due to road accidents every year in India. And one of the top 5 cities that faced the highest number of casualties was Mumbai. Speeding was a common reason for such casualties, and the speeding was either encouraged by the passenger in the hopes to reach the destination quicker, or it was the driver's decision in order to save time and earn an extra buck. The keep distance concept was an amalgamation of these two aspects that influenced a Mumbai taxi driver the most. Their need to make their taxi look attractive and their responsibility to drive safely and lawfully. The design included multiple messages and couplets in Hindi covering the taxi entirely, including the front seat, back seat, roof. Hindi was used as a common language so that it could be read by the driver as well as the passengers. The messages were intended to be conversation starters and reminders for everyone in the taxi to be safe on the road. The design was created and was inspired by hand-drawn typography, truck art motifs, and floral patterns. The type design was inspired by various elements of the Mumbai's streetscape and the daily life, including signboards, film billboards, advertisements, architecture, truck art, as well as packaging. And the Keep Distance project was applauded and endorsed by Mumbai Traffic Police, and they wanted us to have more such initiatives to promote a better driving culture in the city. The next project that I want to share with you all today is a commentary and celebration of the plurality and chaos that defines India. Now, before I talk about this project, I think it's important for me to talk a little bit about English and its prevalence in the Indian culture. For quite some time now, there has been a growing tendency to write Hindi in Roman letters and the coining of hybrid words that are native neither to Hindi nor to English. And the cumulative result of all these developments is Hinglish. So this project imagines a hypothetical situation in which the Indian administrators have decided to ban the use of Hinglish and make Hindustani the national language. And in order to appease the administrators, the Hindi film industry is has decided to change names of movies with English titles to Hindi names. This poster shows how this censorship regulation can lead to a situation where popular cinema starts looking like exploitation cinema, and it can be very difficult to differentiate between a controversial political statement and low-budget movie titles. Although the irony about this poster is that modern Hindi and modern Urdu both emerged out of Hindustani, and in the 1930s, Mahatma Gandhi himself wanted to make Hindustani the official language and Devanagari the official script of India. Well, clearly that didn't happen. And then the final project that I want to share with you all is actually an ongoing exploration. In an article for the Bulletin of Deccan College Research Institute, Rahul Maheshkar explains the term Romanagari. According to Rahul, Romanagari is a morph of Roman and Devanagari. It's a vernacular word coined and used by internet users, which refers to Hindi text written or typed in Roman script as opposed to the standard Devanagari script. A possible reason for this is that Hindi-speaking people who use computers and mobile may lack the skills for typing in Hindi. The Roman keyboards provide the ease for creating Romanagari words. With Hindi and English becoming popular, Hindi is doing whatever it takes to survive in a world increasingly saturated with information that is conveyed through the written or spoken word. The spread of Hindi in Roman letters means that literate Indians are forgetting or sometimes not even bothering to learn how to read the Devanagari script. Through this ongoing project, I'm hoping to reverse the roles of both scripts, Latin and Devanagari, Roman and Devanagari, by creating English text written in the Devanagari script. The project doesn't have an agenda or any end goal. Rather, it's a personal exploration through which I am trying to basically just understand the consequences of what happens when the master starts wearing the slave's clothes. So my graduate school experience was powerful and unconventional. It made me realize that I could be an international designer with a vernacular flair. I have been working with the theme of Indian vernacular design and Devanagari script for over a few years now, and it has been very liberating once I stopped aping the West for my design solutions. For me, reframing the Indian vernacular is not about having a bias towards India or believing that my own cultural heritage is somehow superior to others. It is about doing a deeper analysis that can help me develop a better understanding of why India is the way it is, and also to create solutions that are more finely tuned to Indian values and beliefs. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for taking the time today to attend this talk, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, Pushing Illegibility in Typographic Trends. My name is Amy Fang. I'm currently a designer working in Brooklyn, New York. While my commercial practice is primarily in type-driven brand identities and editorial design, my personal research lies in uncovering how type drives culture and vice versa. To preface today's talk, early in my graphic design career and education, I became obsessed with experimental typography and its uses in contemporary pop culture, as well as conceptual design. When I'm talking experimental typography, I'm talking about visual trends I've noticed as of late within acid graphics, 3D design, and rave flyer-inspired designs. Trends that emerge most often in music, in fashion, and underground scenes. I saw people designing graphics to be almost incomprehensible to readers, completely throwing away adherence to grids and structures, creating elongated, jagged text, and melted psychedelic bubbles for head-achingly complex lettering projects. Because my exposure to this trend has largely been through social media, a place that seems to proliferate anyways, I've always considered it through the lens of aesthetics, never critically. But as with all design, these works and methodologies don't exist in a bubble. They live to reflect the world around us. This talk is an abridged version of a project I embarked on towards the end of my design education, where I decided I wanted to analyze a style of typography designed to be illegible, that is more about gesture and expression than communication from designer to reader. Aesthetic pleasure is not of high importance here. Instead, visually jarring compositions rebel against commercial design and the mainstream, melting together mediums and styles that are hard to define in concrete terms. So what do we call or attempt to categorize this mode of creation? Is it brutalist graphic design, acid graphics? As my mentor behind this project, Henry Lucas, fondly called it, graphic vomit. I determined key questions to drive this conversation. What exactly constitutes and challenges legibility, and what drives other designers of my generation to create works that have quite the opposite of meaning? And through this exploration, ended up creating an informal design thesis around this topic, with a written essay dividing the usage of illegibility in typography into 4 chapters: experimental typography as image, as identity, as protest, and as being. Out of these sections, today we will be discussing experimental typography as image making and as a mode of protest specifically, through looking at certain case studies of illegible typography within these categories. To take it back a little bit, in design school, like most everyone else, I was trained to consider Swiss typography as the purest, most rational form of design. We're talking all Helvetica, all modernism, upholding grid systems strictly. And of course, with all that, good typography was often synonymous with what was legible. This type of thinking is further impressed upon us as students by learning of classic designers such as Massimo Vignelli, who, as a true modernist, believed in utmost simplicity. And for those of you who don't know Vignelli's work, he is most well known for doing the identity systems for American Airlines and for the New York subway systems. So both of these depended highly on legibility. He saw typography as a discipline to organize information in the most objective way possible. And for him, typography was not intended as an expression of the self or as a pretext for pictorial exercises. And the image from this monograph of his depicts how famously, or one could say infamously, he believed one's arsenal of typefaces should not exceed 5, and he outlined these 5 as Garamond, Bodoni, Century Expanded, Frittura, Times Roman, and of course, Helvetica. He even went so far as to say the advent of the computer generated the phenomena called desktop publishing. This enabled anyone who could type the freedom of using any available typeface and do any kind of distortion. It was a disaster of mega proportions. The computer allowed anybody to design new typefaces, and that became one of the biggest visual pollution of all times. As I learned more about these views towards typography and upholding purity and simplicity, I wondered, have we developed new attitudes towards what was considered good and what is considered bad typography? Because even before Vignelli's time, this was the dominant attitude. Beatrice Ward's 1932 essay, The Crystal Goblet, provides the analogy of typography functioning as crystal to act as a carrier without any obstruction. But online, I was seeing a completely, what I thought was a very new aesthetic of typography within graphic design, in which designers my age seemed to throw caution to the wind, in which, amidst the age-old debate of form over function, maybe form has been having its moment. This brings me to the first section, Typography as Image, in which I began to look at works created by the likes of Jacob Wise, Brando Corradini, David Rudnick, Braulio Amato, etc. And I would just like to throw in a disclaimer here that, unfortunately, in this movement, it is dominated by predominantly white male designers. But in their works, I saw prevalent similarities. I saw bold display typefaces, hybrid combinations of organic forms within digital aesthetics, the way type transcended its form as a linguistic message. I additionally saw that typography had the power to take on meaning through form alone, similar to an icon or an image. In going back to that original question, what constitutes and what challenges meaning, we will have to look at two examples of lettering created by Jacob Wise and Brando Corradini. And in doing so, we may come a little bit closer to defining illegibility through the context of giving visual meaning. Jacob Wise's album cover design for the musician Reckon Wrong provides a perfect example. Letterings which form the words Paris is melting, twist and curl into ornament, into pattern, breathing vitality and life into these words. About creating the design, Wise says, legibility was secondary to its function as an artifact of graphic interest, which played directly into the bizarre and curious nature of Reckon Wrong's music. Thus, the meaning of the written word here is secondary to the context derived from its typographic form. The lettering's natural plant-like forms reference the Art Nouveau style from the early 1900s to 1920s. This allusion imbues a feeling of classical French beauty in his typography, which still integrates contemporary culture as its warping also pays homage to the current European rave scene. Because of these inferences made only by looking at the letter forms, Wise has used imagery over legibility to create meaning that's found underneath the surface. Art Nouveau here meets rave culture, successfully encapsulating the idea that Paris is melting, whether you can read those words or not. So Wise's work prioritizes form over function, conceptuality over functionality, a prerogative young designers are heeding more and more lately. The words do not need to be read, at least in the traditional sense of interpreting them letter by letter. Designers like Wise are questioning what makes a word legible and also illegible, since typography can be read and processed on two different levels, one as a word and secondly as image. Similarly, type becomes imagery, or to be more specific, it becomes pattern in a typeface by Brando Corradini. So this typeface, its name deformity alludes to its aesthetics, curves interrupted by sharp and jagged points with very little uniformity amongst the deformed letters. Each letter is so estranged from what it usually looks like, so much so that at first glance it's not clear that you are looking at typography instead of just maybe pure geometry. I included deformity as one of my case studies because it just simply has amazing ability to act as pure ornament. Its strength is that it can stand as form alone without needing to explicitly carry a legible message to have an impact on us as a viewer, as a reader. Additionally, I feel that deformity challenges the viewer more than Wise's lettering. Corradini's typeface forces its audience to consider these deformities as works of elegance as well. And through these two case studies, I'd like to make the argument that designs can never be truly divorced from semantics. Wise portrays a sort of sensual psychedelia through his letter forms, while Corradini creates jagged patterns full of rebellion. When analyzing their works, I have used their forms rather than their functions to inform myself about their underlying messages. Both works show that if type cannot be read in the traditional sense, meaning is made and unmade in a subjective manner. Even if a design is illegible to some, we find messages through semiotics and context, through our own inferences and interpretations. However, even as we consider how meaning can always be derived from a design based off of the viewer's own interpretation, there is still the question of why. Why would a designer actively obscure the legibility of their work? So my first thinking was, obviously, is it a reaction against Swiss design, a form of protest? And in design history, rationality in design thinking was followed by modernism, a reaction to the establishment of high modernism. Initially, at that time, many designers thought it was just undisciplined self-indulgence, a hodgepodge of styles with no unifying ideals or formal vocabularies dreamed up by students. One could describe the shift as a younger generation of designers simply indulging their egos and refusing to be transparent, like a crystal goblet. Or you could say they were acknowledging their unique position in the culture, one that could have any numbers of political or ideological agendas. And this was written by Keaty in the article Graphic Design in the Postmodern Era. And so the postmodern era of graphic design was driven forward by young students, forming a counter to the previous movement of modernism. Whether or not we're still in this era is debatable, but similarly today, our new emerging aesthetics of graphic design are being pushed by our youth. And through acts of critical subversion or speculative works, I wanted to use those works to uncover the formation of defiance and in illegible graphic design. I wanted to examine how the chosen case studies acted as protest on two levels, critiquing an issue while rebelling against design norms as a work of illegibility. Anya Kaiser's Sex Realities, To Whom Do I Owe My Body does exactly that. It's a deluge of graphics to overwhelm the senses. With this project, we are introduced to the movement of acid graphics, which Kaiser doesn't personally identify with, but her design aesthetic may say otherwise. Before we dive specifically into Kaiser's work, we must first consider the implications of the acid graphic movement itself. Even though the trend as we know it is recent, its roots are in the late 80s and 90s, when rave flyers and drug use proliferated and a reaction against the canon of modernist good design formulated, an anti-design aesthetic emerged. This design aesthetic combined loud typography with digital techniques. It incorporated motifs and graphics relating to raves, psychedelia, utopias. And even while similarly taking on a style that resists typographic hierarchy and embraces maximalism, Kaiser approaches these trends conceptually. Rather than only thinking about style, she utilizes an inundation of graphics and a rendering of illegible meaning to make statements about shifting power dynamics and hegemonic structures. About the term acid, Kaiser has said, I imagine acid could also apply to subjective and emotional strategies like elaborating on visual dissonances, messiness, and coexistence. Eurocentric graphic design is loaded with dominant imperatives like the desirability of simplicity and clarity, which are so often tied to modernism. So overall, she considers how acid tactics become a visual tool to challenge both heteronormative concepts and rigid industry standard aesthetics. As a designer, Kaiser aims to unravel dominant narratives. In both its aesthetics and in its concepts, this project Sex Realities aims to do so as well. Sex Realities is a feminist/queer investigation into different realities surrounding our beings and how these identities are produced and rendered. The resulting body of work includes not just a printed book, but also writings, a website, GIFs, or GIFs, if that's how you want to say it, and even a line of beach towels. With her writing, Kaiser investigates different ways in which existing ideals are projected onto bodies, both online and offline, in the corporate world and in pop culture. And if we are to take this trend of illegible typography at face value, it may seem simply that designers participating within this canon are only just fully engaging with experimentation, pushing the bounds of what graphic design can be. I will caution against letting illegible typography simply exist as empty vessels for aesthetic personal expression. Just because these works are experimental does not mean they cannot carry important messages. Designers like Anya Kaiser are appropriating this movement to craft conceptual critiques of the society we exist within, and perhaps in a generation of designers who find themselves as disillusioned by the world as ever, it makes sense to fight nonsense with nonsense. Although we don't have that much time today to dive into other works that explore illegibility as protest, works such as Anya Kaiser's Design Illegibility show how visual nonsense can act as heady rebellion to graphic design norms. More than just thinking of these trends as protesting against the rigidity of modernism, however, we should consider designed illegibility to be central to the progression of graphic design and central to the identities of young graphic designers today. More than putting these works into the binaries of good versus bad, aesthetic versus ugly, we should consider how these trends are redefining visual culture and, in a way, reflecting modes of change within our society. Our identities as young designers are reflected in these works, and in these past several years, amidst a global pandemic with civil unrest spiraling throughout nations and an impending future of uncertainty, I'm curious to see how this trend of illegibility will evolve alongside us. In regards to the formation of identity through design philosophies, Michael Rock declares, "We are intimately, physically connected to the work we produce. It is inevitable that our work bears our stamp, and in this way we build a body of work, and from that body of work emerges a singular message, maybe even what it feels like to be living now." So there are some designers out there who may disagree with me in considering these current trends as proper typographic design. Yet all three works I've spoken about today show that there is a differentiation between illegibility as just simply poor design and illegibility as an effective means to create imagery. It is so easy to create unintentional illegibility out of bad typography or a confusing layout. On the other hand, it takes skill to make something so wonderfully indecipherable that the audience is instead challenged to rely on other things, to coax meanings out of a word through its forms and its semiotics rather than just reading its letters. Maybe that is what I love so much about this design trend. It challenges the viewer to take a moment to pause and to take a closer look. These works stunt the traditional ways of reading so as to make way for new perceptions. From these moments of illegibility spring the most exciting results, ones which will define this period of time within graphic design. I, for one, am excited to see what we make of these ever-evolving methods of typographic expression, and I hope you are too. Thank you once again for coming today, and if you have any questions, let me know.
Hello! Magandang araw sa inyong lahat, or in English, good day everyone. My name is Jo Malinis, and I am a graphic designer from the Philippines. My talk today will be about engaging the Filipino type community, and before I dive deeper into that, I'd like to tell you a bit about myself more. So as I've said, I am a graphic designer, and I am currently working from home here in the Philippines for a studio called Plus 63 Design Co. Plus 63 is part of a larger design collective which is called Hydro Design Group. And I am also a lecturer at the University of the Philippines where I teach visual communication design and production methods. So I have been experimenting with typefaces and typographic designs both for myself and for my clients for a few years now. I think even as early as 2016. But it took a while before I gained the confidence to call myself a type designer. Back when I was in college, there weren't any type design degrees or courses or workshops even that focused on the subject here in the Philippines. And I weirdly didn't even think that creating fonts were possible. So imagine me, someone who has no clue whatsoever about this magical world of type design, being suddenly thrust into it by accident because of a branding project that required a custom typeface. Because of this project, I ended up falling in love with type, as cheesy as that may sound. But I didn't know how things worked out exactly. I started by looking for inspiration and knowledge online or in whatever books we had in the office. I'd practice drawing letters by myself. I'd look up foundries and read their blog posts or stalk their tweets or Instagram and study how they created their typefaces. Eventually, I noticed that most of the people that I looked up to were from abroad, but the designers that I knew locally who focused on type were just people within my small personal network. And I refused to believe that we were the only ones in the whole country who were into type. I just really didn't know where to look. I kept wondering, where are the other type enthusiasts? Who are they? What do their work look like? And what do they do? There are a lot of Instagram and Facebook accounts dedicated to promoting art and design here in the Philippines. But as far as I'm aware, there weren't any that focused on typography or Filipino type-centric work at the time. I'd see Instagram accounts like FemType, who would feature female designers across the globe, or 365 Typefaces, an account that posts curated typeface releases. And I'd think, I wish we had something like this. And this is what prompted me to create Type 63 last July 2020. Type 63 is an initiative that aims to showcase and celebrate Filipino type design, ranging from custom type for projects and fully realized typefaces and typographic layouts. It started on Instagram and it mainly exists there, but now it also has a Facebook account, a YouTube account, and a website. The name comes from the country code of the Philippines, which is plus 63. So what I do in Type 63 is I interact with and I collect images from designers and showcase them on Instagram. The account now has more than 5,500 followers, and we are growing day by day. As of today, August 18, we've already posted 272 posts featuring different kinds of work created by Filipinos. They are posts from designers who create fonts inspired by various things. So different topics inspire them and they create typefaces from them. There are also personal projects that experiment with letters. And of course, custom typefaces used for client work. In collecting these images, I noticed that a lot of the submissions are designs that are inspired by our own culture. There are typefaces like Inandan, which is based on beadwork and weaving patterns from Mindanao, which is an island at the southern part of the Philippines. And Ulalong, a typeface that takes its name from the way that people from the central part of the Philippines, called the Visayans, are said to begin their year, by spinning fibers of weaving by hand. There's also an abundance of typefaces derived from signages all over the streets, like LL Caratula by Lloydie Cat and Bowel Sans by Together We Design. There are also typefaces based on signages usually seen in our public schools, like Escuela by Font Duo, and even something like Cubao Free by Aaron Amar, which is a typeface based on jeepney signages. So the jeepney is a mode of transportation here in the Philippines. It's very common and we see it all around us when we go outside of our homes. There's also fonts inspired by our environment, like Ornate Ecology by Gian Encarnacion and Iña de Vera, that has glyph ornaments featuring Philippine flora. Interestingly, there are also fonts based on language. There are more than 100 languages here in the Philippines, and Bisdak was inspired by the Cebuano language. While Maragsa owes its forms to one of the accent marks used to guide the pronunciation of Filipino words, which is the Pakopya accent, or the circumflex. I have also received typeface submissions that try to revive or pay homage to pre-colonial writing scripts like the Baybayin. This one is Sari Manok by Lloyd Cunanan, or Lloydie Cat, and Geo Baybayin by Team Manila. So the wealth of inspiration from the Philippines is truly undeniable, and I am but a mere speck in our rich landscape. So this is why I try my best to include designers of different gender identities and backgrounds from all over the Philippines and even abroad, as long as they're Filipino. So it was difficult for me to fully embrace type design in the beginning because I couldn't find anyone like me doing it. But clearly, that is not the case. One of the goals of Type 63 is to help Filipinos see who their designers are, what they do, and understand where their work is coming from. Apart from posting features, I also engage the audience by posting questions like, who are your favorite type designers? Or what are your favorite fonts? Which encourages people to interact with the account. There were answers, all right, but I would also get a lot of questions. Because there's an emerging pattern of seeing typefaces based on our own culture, I get a lot of questions about identity. Some of them ask, what does a Filipino typeface look like? Or do we even need to define what a Filipino typeface looks like? At that time, I didn't know how to answer them because these are questions that I've been asking myself as well. Part of me felt like whatever my answer may be, it wouldn't be necessarily the only correct one. I knew that there were many ways to approach them. So what I did was last September, 2 months after the account's creation, Type Talks Tuesday launched as a solution to all of these questions. It is an avenue for Filipino type creatives to talk about their projects and their philosophies. I invited people to share their knowledge and work through a recorded Zoom call, and then I make the video available on YouTube for everyone to view afterwards. Plus, I also create a summary post on Instagram so that people who are on the app can easily browse through the contents of that discussion. I have been able to produce 3 episodes so far, and I am hoping to produce more soon. Another question that I get a lot was, how do you even begin to create typefaces? I tried answering this by posting some resources on the page and sharing through IG stories whatever information I could find online, which to me was honestly a bit difficult because these were things that I was looking for too. In my personal experience, I had to look outside of the country for type education and guidance. I joined critiques through Type Crit Crew and Alphabets, and I'd learned a lot from them. And honestly, those were great. Those were amazing. I've been very privileged to experience meeting and learning from amazing professionals, and I can't thank them enough for lending me their time and knowledge. But here in the Philippines, we didn't have information produced locally that could present type in our context. And personally, I find that this is very important to have because situations here and abroad are very different. The work environments, accessibility to information, sensitivity to different cultures when it comes to borrowing aesthetics, what else? Financial concerns, etc. So many things. All of these things were and still are things that come into play when talking about type design. And so we need to be able to present the process in a way that could be contextualized into our situation. That's why I grabbed the opportunity to partner with Design Dialogues when they messaged me about creating educational content about type in the form of a video series. Design Dialogues is an initiative by one of the design studios here in the country called And a Half, and it aims to provide a creative space for design learning and sharing. We talked to Filipino designers who work with type and asked if they'd be willing to lend their time and expertise for this project. Luckily, everyone was on board, so we worked on everything from topic selection to script review, shooting guides, editing, animating, publishing, and promoting. We even created social media content to supplement these videos. And all of it was free. None of us earned anything from it. The whole thing was a labor of love from everyone involved, and I am very, very proud of what we did. Type63 now has over 5,500 followers, and not a day goes by without at least one account adding to that number. Up to now, I still can't believe that it has grown this much. And in that number, I think it's safe to assume that not everyone is a type designer, nor do I think that all of them are even in the creative field. So I find that it is valid whenever I get questions like, why is type important? Why is type 63 needed? Why do we even need to know what type is and who these Filipino type designers are? There are several ways to approach these questions, but I'd like to cite one example of how type played a role in our society, specifically to us Filipinos. Last November 2020, two storms hit the Philippines just mere weeks apart from each other. One was Typhoon Rolly, or Goni, a Category 5 equivalent super typhoon, and the other one was Typhoon Ulysses, or VAMCO, a Category 4 equivalent typhoon. The northern part of the country was hit badly, and a lot of homes were devastated. You could see everything in the news, which was already depressing enough, and for me, I had friends who actually lost their homes and their livelihood, so the impact was on a personal level. Not that it needed to be for me to care, but it was different. Different organizations jumped into action to volunteer for this, and creatives started to back them up. Designers made posts that could help disseminate information, while illustrators sold their prints to raise funds. We responded by selling our fonts. Type for a Cause is a fundraising initiative by Filipino designers for the two typhoons. Type63 gathered 4 typefaces from 4 different creators supporting different organizations targeted to help different parts of the country. Their prices were set around the $5 to $10 price range so that a lot of people both in and out of the country were able to support them by buying them. This is a very specific example that hopefully never has to happen again. But this is an instance where people can step up and be even more visible in their support to the community and the society. As someone who was fortunate enough not to be affected by those typhoons, selling my typeface for their benefit was the very least that I could do to help out. And it was made clear to me that type is part of the thread of society, mainly used as a means to communicate, and now it can also possibly build communities. Who would have thought? So now with all of these things, the goals for Type63 started to shift as well. Now I see Type63 as more than just an online catalog. It's turning into a public and a connected space where we can ask the who's, what's, how's, and why's of Filipino type and its community. What started from something born out of my own interest and curiosity evolved into an entity with a sense of responsibility attached to it. where a lot of times I felt like I wasn't doing enough for it. But looking back and seeing the progress made makes me realize that the questions that I had in the beginning were questions shared by so many others too. At least now I know that everyone is willing and eager to help in finding out the answers for them. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much.
Hi, Olivia.
Hey, Micah.
Hi, Steph.
Hi, Micah.
And hi, everybody. We are the League of Movable Type, the first open source font foundry. You might know us from the weekly Typographic podcast and newsletter, but we're coming to you live from TypeWknd this weekend. I'm Micah. I'm joining you from New York State.
I'm Olivia. I'm joining you from Brooklyn, New York.
And I'm Steph, and I'm joining you from Melbourne, Australia.
And we are here to share a few of our favorite talks that we loved. Can you believe it's the last day? This is the last day of TypeWknd.
No, what a ride.
What a ride indeed.
I'm sad it's ending.
Are you?
Yeah. This is gone by too fast, guys. I feel like it's summer camp. Like we're just excited just the other day. Things are starting now. It's coming to a close, but we still have good memories to keep us going forever.
I have certainly learned a lot.
And luckily you can still watch them. You can go back and watch the videos as well and relive. You can have a TypeWknd every weekend now if you want to.
Oh my gosh. I like that idea. Thank you, Steph.
All right, so who's going first? Favorites of today?
You.
Steph,
Micah, you've got to go first today.
Oh, yes.
All right. I'm up. I gotta highlight my one most favorite of today. I don't know how many other people will love it as much as I did. It was called Testing Fonts on the Web with TypeTuner, which I had no idea what that was. Luckily, she explains. And this one's super nerdy. The developer, who is a front-end developer, her name is Mew, is talking through the process of building a Chrome extension in a week at a hackathon to be able to test variable fonts on any site just by dropping them in. She acknowledges that other tools like this exist and references them and says these are great, but there was a lack of variable font support, and she just wanted to do it. So she gave it a go, which I thought was fun. That was cool. A lot of the talk is how Chrome extensions work and how you program them, which is kind of neat. It's like semi-technical. It's very understandable. She's not like going into code and saying this is how this function works, but she is explaining like how the pieces talk to each other and that kind of thing. And it's more complicated than you think to do this sort of activity. But she threw together like a really nice tool that programmatically comes up with basically all of the code that you need to change Wikipedia to another font, which she was working on a font, and I think that's where kind of this inspiration comes from, and she wanted to see it in real use, and that's such a perfect use case for you're making this font and you want to see what it looks like on a web page that you're already used to. You just drop it in and it works. And so I thought that was very creative. In that process, too, she came up with a little web application to help come up with spacing strings for her proofing as she was making her own font. It's super nerdy. If you're interested in front-end development at all, like it's not too nerdy. It's the perfect amount of nerdy. And I just love seeing the combo of web and code and type all together. I just thought that was very fantastic.
In your happy place on that one, Micah.
Yeah, it was good. I'm glad you guys let me watch that one.
Steph, what were your favorites?
Today, actually, so Micah had a couple of his favorites for the whole thing yesterday. I think today, Sunday, might have been my day with a couple of my favorites. So, first of all, I loved the talk by Amy Fang, which was The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, Pushing Illegibility in Type Trends. And I just thought this was such an interesting way. And my probably slight bias, because I really love the kind of the trends and the what's behind them and what's happening with them and why they're there, why they are here and all of those kinds of things. I love that kind of part of typography and design. So I was in my happy place with this one, like Micah was with the one he was just talking about. And again, it was challenging this idea that graphic design education teaches us that Swiss, rational, legible design and typography is best, which is fine in some ways, but it's not the only way. It's certainly not the rule, and it's certainly not objective. And there's a place sometimes that meaning can be secondary to form. So what if the meaning is beneath the surface? Does it need to be read to be understood? And I just thought that was such a great question. And again, and she does say right at the end that this isn't a hall pass on sloppy design in terms of just having stuff that just can't be legible where it needs to be legible in like a report or something like that. But actually meaning is subjective and it can be interpreted in different ways. So why don't we push that a little bit more? And we're seeing that certainly a lot more with the kind of, it's known, I suppose, a little bit more as the kind of Gen Z or Gen Z, depending on which side of the world you're on, aesthetic, and thinking about this kind of what some people would call quite ugly or quite harsh and slightly aggressive or experimental. And she was arguing that just because something is experimental doesn't mean it's meaningless, and doesn't mean it's only driven by ego or only driven by creative, wanting to put something out there that's different or difficult. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. And it can be jarring. And she talks about how expression and communication can be used as image, as identity, as protest, and as being. And she focuses a little bit more as using typography as image and as protest, which I thought was pretty cool.
Wow.
That was definitely my favourite, but I do want to give a little shout out to Reframing the Indian Vernacular Typography by Shantanu Suman, because that was probably the most beautiful talk I've seen in terms of the presentation. I've not watched all of them, so there may be other ones that I've missed, but in terms of the images and the design of the talk was stunning, and again really challenges this. Even the idea of vernacular is problematic, and it's got strong colonial ties, and which flows through education today, both in India and obviously in other countries as well. So with a lot of local languages and dialects and styles dismissed. And then in terms of the most interesting talk I think I've seen, in terms of the most different, and just seeing another example of what people are doing with typography, is the one I hinted to yesterday, which was Type and Sound by Vivek Thakur, who has created soundscapes to go with some typography that he designed. So it's a fusion of music and typography, and the overlap of the evocative nature that both of them can bring. So super interesting. Loads of great stuff today.
Wow, that's cool.
Very fun. Very different talks in there too. I love all the different ones so far between you and Micah as well, because can't exclude his knack for the digital. All right. I'm going to continue the very diverse group of talks today on Sunday. There were some really great ones. And yeah, Sunday just rocked, because I agree. I have some of my favorites in here too. Starting with Justification of Arabic Text. What's next? And that's by Kamal Mansour. Wow, this is really fascinating. It made me think about typesetting in a totally different way. As a designer who loves just getting in the weeds, loves going letter by letter, word by word, very detail oriented. This just really hit the spot for me. And I learned something totally new. During Kamal's talk, he actually talks about how fully justified Arabic text is set differently than fully justified Latin text, which I had no idea about. So when Arabic text gets fully justified, text setters actually will use wider characters or swash characters or characters called kashidas to fill negative space in a line of text. So instead of allowing your text to just have spaces between words, like how we're used to in Latin text, Arabic text will fill in those spaces to make sure that the color, the typographic color of the text is even and is harmonious and beautiful. And oh my gosh, I can't read Arabic script, but I loved looking at the forums. I was mesmerized. And it also talked about different ways we could think about typesetting in general. The whole idea of us using wider characters or swash characters in our justified text certainly was something that typographer Urbu Balin did back in the 70s and 80s. And it really doesn't get talked about that much these days. But Kamal also talks about how our technology can actually assist with this type of justification. Just like we have stylistic styles for alternate characters, we could do justification styles that are actually built into our font. In general, this whole talk reminded me of Arabic type specialist Nadine Shaheen. She says a lot of the time she learns a lot about Latin type design through Arabic type design. So I think that this also offered an opportunity to rethink our type systems by looking at the Arabic type systems. I love that. Then there was The Wonders of Hebrew Type by Shani Avni. Very interesting, very unique perspective. She walks through the process of restoring some wood type. And she also touches on the history of Hebrew type in general, which I had no idea about, but I was certainly interested. I'm half Jewish, so this somewhat harkens back to my own heritage. But she talks about the challenging development of Hebrew type in history because Jewish people were often suffering persecution. So a lot of Jewish people weren't able to stay put and set up presses. They were often having to flee and relocate their printing presses. So therefore, actually the development of Hebrew type is much more slowed down than the development of, our Latin type, which I never would have found out about. And I love that you get this glimpse into history that's, again, not talked about in our classic, design discourse, design history canon. So that was great. And then lastly, ending with a great talk by Joanna Malinis, Engaging the Filipino Type Community. Again, so great. Joanna talks about the process of creating a Filipino type community. She looked around at all of these Instagram sites and blogs that were highlighting people in the type community in general, but she was actually having a hard time finding other Filipino type lovers and type designers and typographers and letterers. So she created a platform herself, and it's great. It's totally connected the Filipino diaspora, so it connects Filipinos from all over the world to share their work and celebrate each other, and I just think that was just a really cool initiative.
Hearing you talk about the Arabic type one, that sounds great. I'm going to go back and watch that one. But also it just makes me realize, especially having watched the Japanese one a couple of days ago, like how much other writing systems are just way more sensible than Latin. Like kanji, like everything's the same size, and or a half size for punctuation, which again makes complete sense. And then the Arabic justification where you can add the swashes in, like this is just way better.
I felt that way about
ridiculous.
watching how syllabics work too. Just like this
syllabics,
slight shift, and suddenly it means these different things. And also, you had mentioned kanji was uni-width, uni-height, and a lot of those dialects were also uni-height. And I'm just like,
interesting.
That just make it easier. It's crazy.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
In any case, what an amazing roundup. What an amazing weekend. So much education, so many new perspectives, so much to learn still.
So many new people to follow as well.
Great point. Great point. It's definitely worth browsing through the TypeWknd catalog on their website. And I think every speaker links to some way to watch what they're doing, a website, Instagram, Twitter, something. So for all the people that you were impressed by and loved, give them a good follow. Hey, we would also love a good follow for the league. Why not? And in the meantime, we are certainly going to be following TypeWknd because this is the second iteration and it is even more impressive than the first time. And I think it's worth giving a nice little shout out to say thank you to the team who put this on, who collected everything, did all of this work to make this magic happen, and invited us to blabber about our favorite stuff.
And I have to say, with this, it's been such a fantastic weekend. And not just that, but I think the blind submission process that TypeWknd do in terms of their talks and their submissions is just, you just see the impact of that in the diversity, the scale of different insights, perspectives and stuff as well. So I think for anyone else doing conferences, anyone else doing education, like really do consider how you are filling your speaker spots and filling your insights channel and pipeline, because this is such a great example of bringing more diverse typographers, designers, experts into the world.
Very well put, my friend. Thank you guys also for being such amazing troopers and being here with me. So thank you to everybody. Thanks for listening in.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.